But so many people say that they want to see the light. They want to be enlightened. They want to dissolve into the light of God. Then when they've done that, all over again, the process goes on, and it blows out those mud balls. And here are planets, and here once again, you're a baby, you're a child. The flowers are brilliantly colored. The stars are gorgeous. The smell of the earth, the sound of the rain, everything is marvelous once again. And once again you see the other, the man, the woman that you love, as if it had never happened before.
Stanford University.
What have we got to now? You guys have all the basics in hand now for our next two buckets, neurobiology and endocrinology. What you have by now, I hope, is a sense of especially the neuro as the final common funnel out of which comes all that behavior stuff we've been thinking about. Genes, whether they are changing in a static and then punctuated way or a gradualist way, what they code for, we now know are proteins. And in the realm of behavior, what that's all about, you now know, are enzymes that make neurotransmitters, enzymes that break them apart, receptors for neurotransmitters, the ion channels that allow all the excitability stuff. All of that should be a way of conceptualizing what all that gene stuff that we've had so far funnels into. Likewise with the endocrinology, all those ways in which, reproductive status is going to change how the brain works, all of those great evolutionary models, blah, blah, that's now neuroendocrinology. That's now the ability of hormones to affect the nervous system. And what came through, hopefully over and over for all of you in the lectures over the last week, are two themes, lots of different ways by which the nervous system and the endocrine system can change its function over time. And number two, lots of different realms where there will be individual differences. All the ways in which you will have a brain and a bunch of glands that are different than the person sitting next to you. And what you should be able to piece apart readily by now is where some of those individual differences are coming from in the form of genetic influences, where some of them are coming from environmental ones, to begin to take some of those if-then clauses back in the genetics lectures. If it smells like a relative, then cooperate with them, to begin to imagine now how the nervous system, how hormones would actually translate that stuff into this next bucket. So this will be our last bucket. Today we'll be looking at all the ways in which everything you heard in the last week is vastly more complicated. And on Friday, what we will do is focus in on the part of the nervous system that is most pertinent to the rest of the course. Should you ever happen, by some chance, to stumble into medical school somewhere down the line, when they get around to the nervous system there, you are going to hear about the spinal cord endlessly. You're going to hear about the cerebellum. You're going to hear about parts of the cortex. You are going to hear next to nothing about the part we'll be talking to on Friday. And what it's about is emotion and behavior and affect, a part of the brain called the limbic system. In medical school, they will pound into your head over and over and over how the spinal cord moves different motor systems, because that's 99% of what neurology can concern itself with, because it at least has a fighting chance of doing something therapeutic there. This is the part of the brain that is most defining to who we are, personality, temperament, all of that, and it will be central to making sense of all of the stuff coming in the second half of the course. So it's going to be a very different domain of the nervous system. So what today is about is taking everything you learned over the last week and discovering the ways in which it is tragically distortive and not quite right and comes with all of these but wait a seconds and qualifiers and all the ways in which this first pass you had in the last week sets you up now for appreciating an enormously more complicated system than you've already seen, one which generates thus vastly more possibilities of communication, of information contained within these neural pathways, one which generates vastly more possibilities of individual differences and of experience leaving its imprint, one that generates vastly more possibilities for things to go really wrong in the realms of abnormal behavior. Okay, so a lot of what we'll be doing is taking what you got in the last week and seeing where, in fact, current research shows that it is much, much more complicated. Okay, first version. One of the rules that runs through all of neurobiology, you start learning the field, and at some point they pull out the name of this guy Dale, who was the lawgiver. Dale was some neurobiologist early in the 20th century who generated 2 laws that every single child was forced to learn throughout the 1920s and 1930s about how the nervous system worked. Sometime later than that, Dale's 2 laws, and we will start off with one of them. And it makes perfect sense until you see that, in fact, it has no basis in reality. Here was Dale's first law, which was you got your neuron, and you should know by now we are dealing with our schematic neuron. And once we get into circuits in more detail, we will give up the diamond shape on the neuron cell bodies and switch over to circles, showing just how fast evolution can be. But we've got the neuron here. And what we've got are the axon and the axon terminals. And what Dale's law number 2, and of course it's irritating that we're doing number 2 before number 1, but tough. What you've got here with Dale's law number 2 is each neuron has one characteristic type of neurotransmitter. One and only one, and that's what it's releasing from all of its axon terminals. And thus, you could categorize any given neuron as this is one that releases serotonin, this one's one that releases dopamine, et cetera, et cetera. Notice that's a world of difference as to what types of neurotransmitters it has receptors for. That's something else entirely. That's what neurons over there it's listening to. But any given neuron is releasing only one kind of neurotransmitter. So that one went down the tube during the 80s with the discovery, in fact, that there are multiple neurotransmitters released by neurons. And this was boggling to people and forced people to give up on Dale number 2. And initially, this just seems like pointless complication. What you wind up seeing is it puts a lot more potential for information into the whole business here. Okay, so here we have our archetypal synapse here going from left to right as always, and we've got the one on the left here with its vesicles, those little water balloons filled with neurotransmitter. Along comes the action potential. As a result, the vesicle moves to the cell membrane, merges with it, dumps the neurotransmitter into there. As you might guess, that actual process of exocytosis, dumping the neurotransmitter, is vastly more complicated, but this is our general model. And what people began to realize was that all sorts of neurons, all sorts of neurotransmitter types, in fact, came with 2 different colors of neurotransmitters in the vesicles, came with 2 different kinds. Notice this is different from, oh, in this axon terminal, you release this type of neurotransmitter, and in this one, you release that type. No, every single axon terminal would contain both of these types of neurotransmitters. And notice also, it would not be one vesicle was a blue neurotransmitter vesicle and one was a red. Each one of them had a mixture of the 2 types. What has been found is that occurs in lots of different types of neurons. I believe the record is that there are now some vesicles that contain 3 different types of neurotransmitters. So what we've got here are 2 different classes of messengers coming out. And what you should be able to immediately imagine is that's going to produce a lot more potential for information. 2 different types of messengers. One of the characteristics that tends to be the pattern is that when you get 2 neurotransmitters in the same neuron, the same axon terminal and the same vesicle, they tend to be structurally very different sorts of classes of neurotransmitters. One might be a type made from a simple single amino acid. Another one is somewhat of a complicated protein. They tend to have fairly different structures. And what that often tells you is they're going to have different mechanisms of action. They're going to have different speeds of action. What you wind up seeing is very often when two different types of neurotransmitters are contained in a neuron, one of them works much more rapidly than the other. One has a rapid short-term effect, quickly decrementing. The other will have a longer effect. And by now you could begin to imagine what counts as a longer effect. You change gene transcription in that neuron. You change structural stuff happening, as opposed to the short one where just suddenly some little ionic excitability change occurs in a couple of milliseconds. You begin to see this pattern of two different ways of coding for different types of information. What we'll see shortly is one of the truly bizarre things that pops up a lot with these cases of multiple neurotransmitters is one of them will have receptors for it on the neuron itself. And we will focus on that shortly. That actually winds up making a fair amount of sense. Okay, so Dale trashed in terms of the notion of any given neuron having only one neurotransmitter. In some types of neurons, you have instead pairs, but following the same sort of rules. And thanks to the typical structural difference between the pairs of neurotransmitters, you tend to get different sorts of functions. You see a similar principle over at the endocrine end of things. A world of more than one single messenger carrying the same message, or the same source of information carrying multiple messengers. Where we see here is what by now should be familiar as well. Here we got your pituitary, and you got your anterior pituitary, which is always facing left. And the anterior, here we have the glandular cells releasing, as you saw the other day, ACTH. Lots of this lecture is going to be about the regulation of the adrenocortical system, the glucocorticoid system, because it's the best hormone on earth, and I'm willing to prove it. But what we have here is ACTH coming out, and you remember what you had the other day, which is incorrectly named. You've got CRH. That's that business about the brain as an endocrine gland, the brain releasing hormones into this little portal circulatory system, and out comes its characteristic pituitary hormone. So what you saw the other day is CRH is the hormone, the hypothalamic hormone at the base of the brain here, that's released into this local circulatory system, which stimulates these cells to dump ACTH into the general circulation. And that's the pattern you've gotten already of a neuroendocrine axis. The brain releases a hormone into the local circulation, which stimulates the pituitary to release a typical hormone in response to it, which then goes and does something or other to a distant gland. You've got that one already. You have follicle stimulating hormone releasing hormone up here, which triggers follicle stimulating hormone, which then does something or other to your follicles or to your sperm if you don't have follicles, and these sort of three-step cascades. What we see with the CRH system here is one example of how you can also have a version of multiple messengers. Turns out CRH is not the only hormone coming out of the base of the hypothalamus that could release ACTH during stress. And instead, you've got a whole array of these. There are neurons in the hypothalamus that instead release vasopressin into the circulation here. Others that release oxytocin, others that release norepinephrine, others that release epinephrine. And collectively, what they're doing is stimulating the release of ACTH. You have an entire array of these. And a huge amount of work in the 80s went into sorting this out. And what's going on here, what you have are stress signatures. Different types of stressors will trigger different orchestrations of these ACTH releasing neurons up there, different orchestrations as to which hormones bring it about. And it'll be things like low blood pressure, hypotension will tend to trigger CRH and vasopressin. Low blood sugar, I think, was CRH and epinephrine and norepinephrine. The whole point is that you get a signature up at the hypothalamic level regulating this release of ACTH. Why have all these different ways of doing it? Two advantages. One is, depending on which orchestration of these you use, the shape of the ACTH secretory curve will be different. It's the same deal here. You use two of these to get a short, rapid effect, a more prolonged one. Here, depending on which mixture you will have a different profile of ACTH secretion. So you get control on that level. The other thing is that each one of these not only helps to release ACTH from the pituitary, it does other stuff down here as well, so that you get a way of coding, okay, under this sort of stressor, you want to release ACTH and do something or other in addition. The way you bring it about is getting these two. With some other stressor, you want to secrete ACTH and bring about some additional step there, and you do it with these three, that sort of thing. So you get control over the shape of the stress response and to fine tune it there. So here we've got this completely more complicated picture of all these different releasers of ACTH. In addition, just to make things even more complicated, there are clearly hormones coming in there, which instead of releasing ACTH from the pituitary, they inhibit its release. And they release their hormone into the circulation also. And people have had evidence for these corticotropin inhibiting factors for decades and decades and decades. And people have had an amazingly tough time trying to figure out what these things actually are. The best implicated molecule so far is a peptide called delta sleep-inducing factor. Think about that. You go to sleep, and that's a very good time for turning off your stress response. So that making wonderful sense there. The main point for our purposes is you've got bidirectional control. You've got a bunch of hormones that stimulate the release of ACTH. You've got at least one fairly well implicated that inhibits the release. There's no way that there's not a whole bunch of other ones doing the same sort of signature coding at the inhibitory end. And you got different ways of translating different stressors into different endocrine profiles. And of course, what that winds up meaning is you get stressed like your big toe is telling you you just burned it, and you are going to have projections to a different array of these than if you were getting stressed, you were thinking about mortality. That's going to be having a different projection profile onto these neurons. What that suggests is a huge amount of coding information going on in the brain and the spinal cord, producing these different arrangements of how you dump out ACTH and the other hormones. Okay, so that as a first complication. In these various neuro and endocrine systems, you can actually have multiple neurotransmitters coming out of the same neuron. You can have an array of different hormones that bring about the same general response, but they differ in terms of fine-tuning the system. Next elaboration, one now having to do with some spatial characteristics of how these systems work. And here we have the same exact neuron again, and now we deal with Dale's law number 1, which is, you know by now, you get the depolarization here, sufficient to get to the axon hillock, you get your action potential, all hell breaks loose, very exciting ionic events of excitation, all or none regenerating, go shooting down the axon to the axon terminal. Dale's law number 1 was you get an action potential started here, and it is going to result in the release of neurotransmitter from every single axon terminal. So Dale's 2 laws, an action potential causes neurotransmitter to be released from every single axon terminal of a neuron. Dale's law number 2 just trashed, and it's going to be the same neurotransmitter released from every single axon terminal. And Dale's law number 1 is held up reasonably well, except for some work by a guy, and this is one of the sort of mad geniuses of neuroscience, a guy at MIT named Jerry Letvin, who what he did was, as far as I can tell, he just sat around in a dark sort of abandoned warehouse for decades on end, and about once every decade he would write a paper that would transform neuroscience. And he actually was like this. I met the guy once, and it was one of the more terrifying experiences I had. I was working in a lab where I had to go get an oscilloscope from someplace and pick up one because ours was broken. And everybody agreed the place to find it was in Jerry Letvin's warehouse that he lived in because he lived with oscilloscopes. And going in there, and it was like basically pitch dark. And there was this like sweaty Sydney Green Street kind of like, guy sitting there, and he was like in a ripped t-shirt, and he had been in there for decades, and he was like chain smoking and sweating in there because it was like 150 degrees. So he spent a large part of the last part of the 20th century inside that warehouse writing one paper per decade that was transforming. So this was his particular paper, and I think this one was from the 70s. And what he showed was that under some circumstances, with him lined up with his hundreds of oscilloscopes proving this, you in fact had a violation of Dale's law number 1, which was you can get blockades here or there that would stop the action potential from propagating down some of the branches of this whole axonal tree. In other words, a whole different domain of controlling the flow of information, more subtlety there. Neurons could regulate which of their branches actually were sending on the message. And remarkably little has been learned in the years since then as to how this works, let alone how common a phenomenon it is. Most people wound up ignoring it. What has since been shown also is the wave of excitation that could come in through different dendritic spines back at the end, that there are ways in which branch points can be sort of blocked on one side so that the flow is shunted in one direction on the branches and not the other. This is this whole unexplored world suggesting there's all sorts of regulation going on at these branch points. It's not simply the case, action potential, and you are going to dump neurotransmitter from every single axon terminal. So down goes Dale on that one as well. Equivalent over at the endocrine end. And here we have our pituitary, which now no longer has a brain connected to it. But you've got the theme by now, which is you got the hypothalamic hormone, and out comes the pituitary hormone. And there's a whole bunch of different pituitary hormones producing the acronym flatbread, peg leg, flat peg, go to your deathbed, remembering that acronym, because it will make you happy and fulfilled. But okay, so there's a bunch of pituitary hormones and whatever facocked acronym these guys came up with. But what we have here, just to make life simpler, is we'll focus in on 4 of them. Flat peg, okay, so we're missing some of them there. But we've got growth hormone that comes out, prolactin, ACTH, follicle stimulating hormone. I'm picking these completely randomly. Okay, in the simplest possible of worlds, you would have all sorts of secretory cells, glandular cells sitting in here, and each one of them is capable of secreting all of those flatbread hormones coming out of there. It could be doing that. And it would simply be choosing which as a result of which hypothalamic hormone is coming down the pike there. That's not what you see. Instead, you have specialized cells within the pituitary. There's one type that only secretes growth hormone, which causes somatic growth, somatic body, somatic something or other, and those are called somatotrophs. And don't memorize that. Ones that only secrete prolactin, which cause lactation. These are lactotrophs, corticotrophs, gonadotrophs, something or other. So all of these, in fact, have specialized cells. Within the pituitary, there are cells that specialize in releasing only one of these types of hormones. Okay. So you got into that. So what would be the next simplest thing going on? So here's the growth hormone releasing end of the pituitary, and there's going to be the ACTH releasing end. No, that's not what you see. Instead, there's a mosaic all across the pituitary of all the different flatbread cell secreting types there, all throughout it. Okay, so that's just this mosaic. Good. Somebody was sloppy at the sort of fetal end, gluing it all together and just scattered them all over. And what winds up happening is you get local little neighborhood effects. For example, here we have somatotrophs. that secrete growth hormone, and one is in a FSH neighborhood and the other is in a prolactin neighborhood. And what you see is you throw in the hypothalamic hormone, which causes growth hormone to get secreted, and this particular cell is going to be secreting totally different amounts of growth hormone than this one will, because it's in a different sort of neighborhood. And what's the implication of that? There's all sorts of communication going on between the individual cells in the pituitary. And it depends on what sort of neighborhood each particular cell is living in, how it is responding to the hypothalamic signal coming down. Wildly complicating. What that lets you do instead is different areas of the hypothalamus will turf its hormones to different parts of the pituitary where its particular cell targets will be living in different sorts of neighborhoods. Simply more regulation, more complexity going on there. Next theme that comes through in terms of elaboration. We all have the negative feedback concept by now that came through in a lot of throughout the lectures last week. The whole notion, you get excited, you release a neurotransmitter into your synapse. If you're a neuron, you got to do some regulation there. You have to clean up after yourself. You remove the neurotransmitter from the synapse. You break down the neurotransmitter. You have to finish the whole thing. You are the endocrine system, you are the brain, and you've gotten it into your head that you want your adrenals to secrete glucocorticoids, and you start that whole cascade in whichever way, and you need to know when to stop secreting those hormones up on top. You need negative feedback information. All of these biological systems are characterized by that. You have enzymes where this enzyme turns this into this. And how does it know when they should stop doing it when there's so much of this stuff building up that this inhibits its activity? You get negative feedback regulation. You're making a lot of X, and whatever is making it has to be able to measure the levels of X. That is the simple rule with all this negative feedback stuff. So a first example on the neurobiological level. So what we have are what are called autoreceptors. What I inferred before, which is this weirdo world in which you not only will have receptors for a neurotransmitter exactly where they should be on the postsynaptic neuron on the other side of the synapse, but you will have them on the neuron that's releasing the neurotransmitter. It is an autoreceptor. It is a receptor right there on it. What's it doing? It's for bookkeeping. What you have is some sort of rule. If the neurotransmitters come pouring out of there and most of them go floating across, let's assume these are only red neurotransmitters here and bind to their red receptors there and do their thing to the next neuron. And just thanks to the floating around random life in the Brownian synaptic sludge there, a certain number of them are going to instead bind to this one. And all there has to be is some sort of rule in this presynaptic neuron that for every time one of these hits here, it means I've released 1,000 copies of this neurotransmitter, 1,000 molecules of it, and that's how I keep track of the numbers. And I will have a rule that if it gets below a certain level of my picking up this bookkeeping signal, that will be a signal to start making more of the stuff. If I'm getting too much of a signal, decrease the release, feedback regulation along those realms. This is where you see one of the elaborations on this two neurotransmitter business. What you very often see is one of the neurotransmitters will exclusively work on a presynaptic autoreceptor. That one is stuck in there merely in order to do the bookkeeping. You would think neurons might have figured out a more direct way of keeping track, like how many vesicles they dump, but instead this theme is there's some presynaptic autoreceptor which tells you on some statistical basis, every time we get buzzed at this end, it means we buzzed these guys 100 zillion times, and that's how we keep track of how much we want to make. Negative feedback loops there. You then see the exact same equivalent in endocrine systems, which is all this negative feedback stuff. Something that was underemphasized in the lectures, the endocrine lectures last week, has been this element of neuroendocrinology. What you mostly heard about is what's going to be most dominating in the classes to come, which is hormones get into the brain and change how you think and feel and behave and all of that stuff. But also some of the time what hormones are doing in the brain is letting the brain know how much hormones there were in the circulation in order to do the bookkeeping, the negative feedback regulation. Your brain decides it wants to have this much growth hormone in the bloodstream, and thus it releases its hypothalamic hormone, which goes and all over the pituitary, gets those somatotrophs to release growth hormone, and does this thing elsewhere in the body. And the brain has to be measuring some consequence of that growth hormone doing its thing, measuring up there in order to figure out, have we gotten where we want to yet? Same thing with prolactin, same thing with every one of those. You have to have negative feedback regulation. So what do you need to do to pull that off? You need to have a part of the brain that is sensitive to that hormone signal. Sensitive in some sort of quantitative way where it can, in effect, count how much of the stuff there is in the bloodstream using the exact same sort of rule. If I've had one of those hormones in the circulation come and bind to one of my receptors, it means I've released 100 billion copies of it thanks to my starting this whole cascade. Did we want 100 billion? Did we want 107 billion? Did we want 93 billion? What do we do now? Does that tell us we've completed what we want? You get this negative feedback signal there. So the first thing you have to have is cells, parts of the brain that will measure, that will be responsive to a hormone signal. Those cells have to be able to have some kind of set point rule in there. This is the point of life that I am at, the point of my menstrual cycle. This is the point of reaching adolescence. This is the point of, am I stressed or not? This is the set point. This is the amount of hormone I would like to have in the bloodstream, this particular type of hormone. And what you need to then be able to do is, if levels have not reached that set point yet, you send a stimulatory signal to the hypothalamus, keep doing what you were doing. We need to push the levels up higher. And if the levels reach here or get even higher, you need to be able to turn this into an inhibitory signal going to the hypothalamus. So what you see are all sorts of regions of the brain that are sensitive to these various hormones, not just in terms of hormones affecting all the behaviors we're going to hear about, but also negative feedback regulation. So a way now of showing just how much more complicated it can be. So what would you assume is the general rule? Here's an example okay, let's make it simpler. Okay, so what would you expect to see? You're able to measure CRH coming out of the base of the hypothalamus, and the deal is...
I can't find my book. All right. Well, John Locke defines paternal power as that power which parents have over their children to govern them for the children's good till they come to the use of reason or state of knowledge wherein they may be supposed capable to understand that rule, whether it be the law of nature or the municipal law of their I have to go to this one. It's a PDF. If you can still see the thing I'm sharing, or it's a different screen now. Yeah. Oh, Jesus, this is... Not even gonna try. The parents' formative prerogative for the children's social and political roles, paternal power, among the key concepts which John Locke used to expound his epistemology and social political doctrine, while used to refute the Cartesian epistemological innatism, the concept also served the purpose of ruling out political innatism, which the then British nobility used to ground to claim a natural and innate right to rule. The concept exposes the formative role that parents have to play over their children, its non-absolute nature, and its aim of leading children into maturity rather than being a ground for claiming absolute political control. The concept is viewed in its social political dimensions, in its relationship with the principle of separation of powers, its instrumental role of refuting absolute monarchical rule, its applicability in civic education and formation into mature and responsible freedom. The paper hinges on the argument that social roles are neither natural nor innate, they come with worked and lived experience. The research hinges on John Locke's understanding of paternal power and its social and political implications. The central argument is to establish, basing on John Locke's categorical denial of all forms of innatism, that each person's social and political place and role in society is neither natural nor genetic, but rather result from his or her formative environment. Parents have a role to play in the form of paternal power to mold the future social role of their children. This doctrine of paternal power had a background in refuting the then claim of the British nobility that had naturally innate aptitude and potential to rule. John Locke, with his doctrine being inspired by his empirical stand and being opposed to this said claim, maintained that all persons is and which she becomes is neither divinely given nor genetically and naturally innate, but begins and comes from experience, which, among others, encompasses formation from parents in the form of paternal power, just as the parent's role in the form of paternal power has a time limit to be exercised until children reach the age of reason, so also all social and political powers may not be exercised over subjects perpetually, as the nobility claimed. The concept, therefore, helps explain also the reason of denying political absolutism, which was the claim of the nobility. I think we've already done the background on John Locke, so yeah, we'll go down here. Definition of paternal power. John Locke defines paternal power as that power which parents have over their children to govern them for the children's good, until they come to the use of reason, or a state of knowledge wherein they may be supposed capable to understand that rule, whether it be the law of nature or the municipal law of their country, they are to govern themselves. Just checking something real quick. From this definition, we learn that although he qualifies this power as paternal, it is not confined to the father, but it pertains to both parents. He justifies its paternal aspect as opposed to being confined to the father by making recourse to its natural and divine origin, which gives authority to both parents. But does it logically follow that obeying the father and the mother entails that the two have the same power over their children? Answering this question, we proceed by arguing that obedience is a concept which necessarily entails a relation of response to some form of power. If children are divinely mandated to obey their father and mother, it follows that the father and the mother have power to which children reciprocate in the form of obedience. It would be logically absurd for a child to be obedient to the father and to the mother if the two did not have power as a reality correlative to obedience. With this argument, I justify the necessary coexistence of the two concepts, that is, paternal power and children's obedience. My next burden is to investigate the parental power in terms of its nature and origin, and to see whether it is necessary or contingent. And I think it is necessary to link this article at this time, or this link to the source I'm using here. That's just the Google search, but here's the actual thingamajigger. No, not working. Should be copied to the clipboard. Okay, not working. Okay, well, see what I can do. Origin and finality of paternal power. Paternal power originates from God as a dimension of the divine mandate to the human persons to fill the world and subjugate it. Its divine origin is made concrete both through revelation in the scriptures, in which children are mandated to obey their parents, and through the human rational nature, in which human beings in general are endowed with the inclination of self-preservation and preservation of others. As exposed above, for John Locke, human persons originally were in the state of nature characterized by perfect freedom and equality. If by freedom he objects subordination of the one human person under any other human person, what justifies parental power by which by its nature subordinates children under parents, making recourse to this concept of original state of nature, he maintains that originally human beings had perfect freedom, being guided by the law of nature through which they maintained order. When human persons started to transgressed the laws of nature. It was when infringing into others' freedoms and rights became a reality. This infringement, however, did not abrogate the natural human right to self-preservation. Children, in the thought of John Locke, as human beings have a right to self-preservation, but due to the tenderness of their age are not capable of carrying it out on their own. It is here that God brings in the role of parents in the form of parental power in order to will for their children and to preserve them through nourishment, education, and protection. Paternal power, therefore, is divine in origin, and it is necessary due to the tenderness of the children's age. How quaint. Maybe it's necessary due to the confines of the evolutionary process.
Hey, did you know that if energy cannot be created or destroyed, where does it come from? Question mark. That's not a did you know? That's a question. Anyways, so this article, a New Scientist, talks about that it's insane and incredible, but the sum total of the universe, of the energy of the universe, that is zero. So nothing needed to be created as far as energy goes when the universe came into existence. Even though there's a huge amount of energy in particles and radiations that pervade the universe, the energy may be balanced by negative energy caused by the gravitational attraction between the particles. Stephen Hawking explained when you pull two objects apart, you need to expand energy to overcome the gravity that pulls them together. As it takes positive energy to separate them, gravity must be negative energy. And if that theory is correct, then there was never any need to create energy or matter. They cancel each other out. That implies the Big Bang could have started as a simple statistical fluctuation. It also means that it may be possible to create our own Big Bang, just squeeze some vacuum in the right direction, and bingo! New universe, no energy required. And it goes on from there. Why do I read to you all of this interesting information? Because we're going to dive in to Rabbi Menace Friedman as he goes over the dumbest argument or attempt to prove that God exists that he's ever heard, plus the worst argument for God that I've ever heard. I know his video says plus the best, but I'm spoiling it for you. It's actually just as bad as the first argument he presents. Here we go.
There was this guy on the radio talking about intelligent design. You know, you can't explain the existence of stuff on the world without believing in God. And somebody called the radio station and said, do you know that people used to believe in God because of thunder? How else do you explain thunder? Who could make a sound like that? Only God. So because they heard thunder, they were convinced there's a God. Then they found out what thunder is. Right now, we don't understand, for example, how human blood came into existence.
Yeah, actually, we do. You don't, but scientists do. So, there's a whole tangent that I could go off on, but I'm not going to because he's gonna give a he's not done yet. So what he's explaining is the appeal to ignorance, the appeal to personal incredulity, and also God of the gaps. These are all three. Look, I heard this happen on the radio. These are bad arguments for God, and I agree. They're bad arguments for anything. I don't know. Therefore, fill in the blank is appeal to ignorance. I can't be X because that just can't be appeal to personal incredulity. And finally, well, it must just be God is, of course, well, it's the God of the gaps, just putting God. I don't know, therefore God. Yeah, it's the God of the gaps. And that falls in both of those categories of appeal to ignorance and or personal incredulity, depending on where you put God in your gap. Don't put God in your gap too long. It may cause swelling.
Because you can't put it together piece by piece. So evolving won't create human blood. So the only explanation is God created the world. So this guy called in and said, you're doing the same thing. You don't know how blood can come into existence. So wait until next week, you'll figure it out. How does that prove there's a God? So let's back up. First of all, what do we mean by God? Like somebody says, what gives God the right to intervene in my life? Interesting. Intervene. I have a life, I exist, and he comes and intervenes. Then he's not God. That's like saying, how dare genetic stuff interfere in my life? Genetic stuff is your life.
Did you miss it? All right. So he complained, rightfully so, about the appeals to ignorance / personal incredulity / God of the gaps, fallacious reasoning used by the person on that radio station and the person that called in and said, hey, look, you're just appealing, you're doing the same thing they used to do. And he's like, well, wait a minute. We need to go back to what God is. Well, okay, sure. But before you go back to what God is, you need to show that God is a thing in the first place. You have a definition of God, but that's not the same thing as demonstrating that God's a thing. You have not demonstrated that God is any of the things that you claim God to be, including, in this case, something akin to the fabric of reality. Show that there's a God, then you can say anything you want about it after that. Until then, these are bald assertions. But wait, it gets better.
I don't need this genetic stuff messing me up. Yeah, you do. Without the genetic stuff, there is no life. So if we're talking about God, we're talking about the reality behind our existence.
Okay, so according to him, God is the reality behind our existence. Man, I know that I've heard this idea somewhere by pre-suppers, probably. Oh, no, I have heard this idea by pre-suppers. It's God. God did everything. Can't explain everything without God. Wait a minute. If I put what he just said in some sort of, what's one of those things that I like to use? Syllogism. That's it. If I put it into one of those, I wonder how it would sound. Let's see. What's behind reality? Don't know. Therefore, God. Doesn't that sound a little bit like what he started complaining about in the beginning? But he didn't say it in that way, deconverted man. You're twisting his words. Well, no, you're right. He said the thing that's behind reality, without God, you can't have reality. See, that's what he's saying. Because he doesn't know how reality came to be. So therefore, God. So it's still an appeal to ignorance. It's just he phrased it in a way that doesn't seem like it's an appeal to ignorance anymore. Isn't that clever? It's still an appeal to ignorance, but now it doesn't sound as bad, at least.
Not interested? This is a religion? So the first thing we know about God is that he's original.
No, the first thing you know about God is nothing. You don't know anything about God. Now, the reason I say that is because God is not a known thing. It is a asserted thing. There is a difference. You, Rabbi, do know what people have said God is. You know what the Torah and the Talmud say about God. You know what other people and rabbis say about God, but you do not know what God is, because that information is something that you do not possess. How do I know that you do not possess that information? Because you have not demonstrated that you possess that information. Here is God. Now that we have seen it, here's how it works. Blah, blah, blah. Look, we do this. We can figure out it works this way, and it has this property, yada, yada, yada. We don't have that here, Rabbi. What we have here is bald assertion on top of bald assertion, and that's it. That's all we have. The first thing you know about God is your assertion. That's where we're going to start. We're going to start with the assertion that God is X, and that comes from your beliefs in God, which come from the holy book that you read, the Torah and the. I mean, I don't know if Talmud's also a holy book or not. Talmud's kind of like rabbi commentary on the Torah, but it is also used in culture stuff or whatever. I don't know that much about it. I'm not an expert on Talmud. I just like the word Talmud because it sounds like mud, like towing mud, Talmud. Like I'm towing that mud along. I don't know. It's a fun word, Talmud. I'm gonna say it one more time. Talmud. Okay. Maybe 10 more times. Talmud. Okay, so I'm doing it. All right. Anyways, Talmud. So my point, Talmud, is that here we have nothing but assertions what you think God is based upon writings, essentially, that you think those writings describe God. Okay, why do you think those writings describe God? What evidence do you have that those writings are correct about God? And if you don't have any evidence there, then your assumptions about God, your assertions about God are without warrant, without evidence, without proof. So all you're doing now is appealing to something that somebody wrote that said something is true, but not being able to demonstrate that that is true. Now, you might say it's an authority. If you do that, it's an appeal to authority. You might say it's holy. You can't question it. It's an appeal to holiness. That you might say any number of things to try to defend it, but unless you have some way to demonstrate that the words in the Bible, or well, in this case, the Torah, the words in the Torah about God are actually accurate, then all you're doing is guessing that those words are accurate. So the first thing you know about God is actually nothing. What you believe about God is the following.
If everything else was created, then the creator cannot himself be created.
All right. Well, if everything else besides this thing was created, then that thing is not created. But this runs into the problem of special pleading. Why isn't that thing also created? Well, it's special. I understand that you think it's special. But when we have categories, we like to have them be something set in some sort of formulaic way that makes coherent sense. This is a non-created entity that has always existed for all time because there is no explanation for the explanation. Why does God exist? It just does. It can't not exist because you need a thing to create everything else. Why do you need a thing to create everything else? Because you do. It reminds me of the talk in the movie Idiosyncrasy, where they're like, why are you using this thing to water plants? And they're like, well, it's got it's got this stuff in it. Why is it, and it's like, why does it have the stuff in it? Because that's what plants crave. Why do plants crave it? Because it's in that brano. Why is it in brano? It's got what plants crave. You know, and they just keep going around, in circles. And I can't remember what it is that brano has. It's got it though. Brano got it. What is it? The damn thing. What's it called? Oh God, what's the quote? Oh,
Electrolytes.
yes, I'm gonna
Electrolytes.
waste time on this
Electrolytes.
quote. It's electrolytes. That's it. It's got electrolytes. Yes. Okay, why does brano have electrolytes? Because plants crave it. Why do plants crave brano? Because it's got electrolytes. It's a perfect circle. See, it answers. So why is God the thing that made the universe? Because it's God. But why couldn't it be something else? Because God is special. Well, okay, but couldn't the thing that made the universe be some other special thing? No. Why? Because it just is. Well, how do you know that?
You got to start with something that already exists.
Maybe not. I don't know. These are more assertions about the true nature of reality, which is something, last I checked, I don't think that there's been a consensus about that in science. I could be wrong, nor is there a consensus in philosophy about it either. Turning to religion doesn't help. Religion doesn't have a consensus about the true nature of reality. So there is nowhere that I am aware of where you could turn to and say, I have a consensus about what the true nature of reality is. Because you'd have to go to a small subsection within that. You're not going to find it in science unless you go, hey, let's just look at the creationists that also happen to be scientists, quote unquote, not enough quotes in the universe to put around the word scientists in the creationist people because they don't do science anymore. And they will have an assertion about how the universe came to be. Okay, but you're looking at a very small subset. You're not looking at a larger subset, right? Let's look at humanity. Does humanity in general have a consensus about the true nature of reality? No, but a consensus doesn't mean it's true, obviously, okay? But it would be good to have, because at least you'd have something to examine. You'd be like, all these people have this thing that they all agree on. There must be some reason they all agree on it. What's that reason? Well, I don't know. Maybe one religion took over the world, and that's the reason why everybody believes a similar thing. Or maybe it's that the demonstrable evidence is so great that everybody in the entire world agrees with it. Like, I don't know, the world being round. Well, obloid spheroid, but, spherical in nature. Okay, pretty much everybody in the entire world agrees upon that reality. The very small subset of people that don't believe a different idea because they have a bunch of beliefs that they believe on top of their belief that then forms this hypothetical realm where everybody is lying to them and everyone else in the world because reasons. And if you dig deep enough, usually you find the reason is God and the Bible and a certain way to view certain verses in the Bible that say that the world is flat, according to them. Now, all flat earthers ultimately go to God for why the world is flat, but many do. So you then have a subset of a subset. The true nature of reality is that the world is actually flat. They figured it out somehow. Everyone else is lying to us because reasons. Why are they lying to us? Don't need to know. Don't need the explanation of the explanation. All you need to know is that it looks flat. I haven't seen that it looks spherical. I haven't done any experiments, but I need to figure it out on my own because I can't trust anyone but me. And then if you do those experiments, you actually find out it's spherical. But, you know, then you're just going to find reasons to reinforce your belief because your belief is comforting to you. Because if you're comforted by the belief, then it wins out over a non-comforting fact. Now, that was a long tangent to go on to make the point that when it comes to the true nature of reality, I think it would be fair to say we don't have a bleeping clue about it, which means that anything you say about the true nature of reality, Rabbi, is nothing but an appeal to ignorance. I don't know how reality came about. Therefore, God, you're doing the same thing that you just complained about the other guy doing that you said was dumb. So you're repeating the same dumb argument. Why are you doing that? Is it because you got nothing else? I don't know. I'm just saying, why are you, why? Talmud.
Why does he exist? Because he's different. He's not like us. His existence is real, ours is manufactured.
Are you sure you want to put manufactured as a category that doesn't also belong to the category of real? You do realize what that would mean, right? Like how words work. Like, you know, I'm just saying, look, okay. So if we're to seriously separate categories like this, you have what's real versus what's manufactured. So what's manufactured is not real then, right? Because they're two separate categories, meaning that everything is not real except for God if it's all been manufactured. But it gets worse than that because the things we manufacture are less real than we are. And then if we got a thing that we made to make something else, then that's even less real. So my brother has a 3D printer. It prints stuff. Like you tell it what to do, but it doesn't, right? So that's a thing that we made making another thing. So the thing that's now made is now less real than the other thing that was already not real because it was because the computer and the 3D printer are manufactured, but the thing made a thing, and so that's even less real than the other thing, and so it's like, and then my brother's also not real because he was manufactured. So we've got a not real thing manufacturing a
I've just got to say, I knew a guy who had a
not real
3D
thing that's using a
printer
not
once,
real
and
thing to
I
make a
thought he
not
was a
real
real
thing that's even
asshole,
less
but
real than the thing.
it might have just
Maybe
been
Rabbi
me, maybe I was the asshole. I
did.
don't know. Maybe I can't say for sure. That's a possibility.
Doesn't mean that, but I think that he doesn't think about any of the things and just says stuff because, you know, that's what he's doing. But that's okay. I'm doing the thinking for him, whether I'm real or manufactured or whatever. Woo!
So if you don't assume that before we existed, something real existed, then we're just ignorant.
If you don't assume that something existed before we existed, then you're just ignorant. Okay. If you do assume that something existed before we existed, then you're just ignorant. Neither of those statements is an argument. Both of those statements are an appeal to consequence and or poisoning of the well and or an ad hominem of some sort and or an appeal to emotions that you don't want to be seen as ignorant, therefore you're going to reject the idea. None of those statements are good statements to make of the. So, Rabbi, look, if you don't assume X is true, then you're ignorant. If you don't assume that deconverted man's a lobster, then you're just ignorant. You're just dumb. If you don't give a like to the video and leave a comment, you're just a pathetic, moronic person who likes to lick Germania's big toe. That's what you are. Now, maybe you're Germania, in which case you like to lick your own big toe. You know which one. I don't have to tell you which foot either, because you know what I'm talking about. And I'm pretty sure later on tonight, you're going to say, you're going to wash your feet and you're going to be like, hey, girl, check it out. I got this idea. Lick my big toe. And she'll be like, where did you get that idea? Shut up. Just do it. I want to know if I like it or not. And you never know. You might have found a new fetish thanks to your friend, Deconverted Man. It's just a small favor that I do for people in chat sometimes. For example, Captive Desk has a fetish all about something terrible and horrible that I'm going to explain after this.
Then we don't understand this world. We don't understand anything about ourselves. We know nothing.
Well, Rabbi, you certainly don't know nothing. Wait, does that mean he do knows nothing? Would that mean if he don't know nothing, then that means you do know something, right? Because the don't see makes the negative into a positive when there's two don'ts. And then, wait, huh? Okay, so if you don't assume, wait, what did he say that I was complaining about before going off into the foot fetish rant? Talmud, that's what it was. Let's go back a bit because I forget now.
Filing a simple return for free with TurboTax?
Feels pretty good.
See if you qualify at TurboTax.com.
I know things are getting tougher when you can't get the top off the bottom of the barrel. But I've been wrong my future now. It's looking fucking new. I know that I don't know. I know that I don't know nothing. I know that I don't know. I know that I don't know nothing. We get to the other side. Just like as if I'm not gonna change my mind. I know that I don't know. I know that I don't know nothing. I know that I don't know. I know that I don't know nothing. What you gonna do with yourself, boy? Better make up your mind. What you gonna do with yourself? What's running out of time? This time I got it all figured out. I know that I don't know. I know that I don't know nothing. I know that I don't know. I know that I don't know nothing. I know that I don't know. I know that I don't know nothing. I know that I don't know. I know that I don't know nothing. That's fine. thing that I can't even know. Try to describe it till I'm living on my ability and stay out for a second, then I'm giving up what it used to be. Containing music somehow more than just sound. Inspiration comes in with the gets around us. You always know that it's gonna have to go. You always know that you'll be back in the cold. One of the bunches of them made it in a song, so it's coming to give it that hope for just a second to make sure. What? Sounds in the world, I'll bring me back up, but one thing that I can't even know. Sounds in the world, I'll bring me back up, yeah. One thing that I can't even know. Static pulse inside of music, bringing us a state. So temporary, changing nothing in its way. Just a second where we're leaving all the shit behind. Just a second, but it's leaving just as much as mine. To resist despair, that second makes you say. To resist despair, cause you can't change everything. To resist despair, if that's all this. What it is, what it is, what it is. A big break down to the world and bring me back on run. One thing that I can't depend on. Sound system gonna bring me back up, yeah. One thing that I can't depend on. Pick it up, 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 go! Sound system, sound system. Wake up to my boss and what's the shade that's the sudden. Times will get tougher while time start running. Funks my head, music on my side. Get the super rhythm on the rhythm by my side. Sound system gonna bring me back up, yeah. One thing that I can't depend on. Sound system gonna bring me back up, right? One thing that I can't depend on. Sound system gonna bring me back up, right? One thing that I can't depend on. Sound system gonna bring me back up, yeah. One thing that I can't depend on. Sound system, sound system.
Yeah, remember when I had to knock him down because he tried to kill Joseph? Yeah. He tried to kill my daughter.
Right. Yeah.
So I fucking, I just fucking took him down, and I had him down, and I was about to kill him. I was like, you better fucking apologize, or you're dead. And I was going to do it. And my nephew doesn't realize that my little brother would do shit at the people, but I would take my little brother out in a fight. So I don't know. I don't think he knows what kind of fucking danger he's looking for,
God, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I realize it now. That's the best way, because in the situations I didn't want to hurt anyone, it seemed like it wasn't not a fight. These guys were out to get me in that sense, because I had to fucking defend myself.
Right.
And your life seems on the line, but when it's the fight, your life's on the the line. You can trust your opponent to not fuck you up that much, but not pulled back either.
That's the thing, man.
Like, wrestling and all that, yeah.
It's like that's like weird, because it's like amongst, I guess, like like little tribes and stuff, that kind of works. But place where I grew up, man, it was like in my mind, in a lot of ways, it was like, holy shit, these guys are out to kill me. I don't want to start any shit with anybody, because I don't want what I mean? It's like I would like to live comfortable and not think that somebody has a knife to my back. So I don't like to get in fights, because I like to live comfortable. So I don't want to, I'm thinking like, this guy's it's either me or him. Sometimes is what my mentality is, especially if I'm in the middle of a fight. I'm like, thinking, oh crap, this guy's gonna get his friends. It happened before. They get their friends on, and they're friends of friends, and you're fighting for like a whole year and getting out of it, trying to have to move away just to get away from it. Like fucking Danny LaRusso shit, I tell you, dude.
I get that small town.
No regret.
I grew up in a small town. Trust me, I get that.
Yeah. Crazy.
Small town bullshit's the same. Bullshit's always the same. Like that.
Yeah.
It's fucking suburban bullshit too.
Yeah.
Ouch.
It's like the life of I guess like a semi nerd, I didn't like fit in with the crowds. I was always like in between them, but things like that.
Let me ask you this question: do you know whether or not drones, the ones that you can fly cameras with, if they do autopilot?
If you program them, sure.
See,
Hmm?
I knew you'd be able to answer that. I asked, I forgot who earlier. Some people.
They were doing way back in the day. I was had this one dumb little paper on that. It wasn't like anything that I researched. I've done because I was in the RC cars and stuff. It's pretty much the same thing. They had this one guy. He programmed a drone. He started off with boats, and he would program this boat to swim a channel, and against the currents and all that was way more difficult to go. I guess against the wind, a drone would have to manipulate, the against certain winds, so it reaches its goals rather than like it flies itself there while avoiding obstacles, or at this point the boat part back in the day where they would get itself there like a regular boat propeller and rudder would.
How's it going? I'm Godless Sewing, and this is the Godless Sewing channel. So, really quickly, YouTube has changed its terms of service. I have no idea what's going on, and it's a bit confusing. So, if you're watching this, this is my attempt at saving a segment from my video that I made the other day. And if you're watching this, you're awesome. So, like I always say, stay creative, keep sewing. As someone who collects sewing machines, I am completely geeking out on this Singer Touchtronic 2001. I am stoked that I got this sewing machine, but more than anything else, it works. When you deal with the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s sewing machines, it's really hit or miss if they're going to work or not. But this machine fired right up. I am so stoked. It makes the noise, and I finally have the machine that lines up with the commercial.
They're just touching Touchtronic memory machines.
Incredible.
I'm Polly Bergen. Only Singer makes machines this easy to use. Touch. The memory remembers your stitch pattern instantly. Touchtronic speed control remembers to adjust your fabric thickness. What about base state? Touch. Great. You can forget about your sewing machine and concentrate on sewing. The Touchtronic memory machine family. Come take a test done.
So, did we make it? Are we watching this on YouTube? If you are, I absolutely thank you. And like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time.
when I come back later in the day, you will have me here. Follow the host. Let's go, everybody. Yeah, connect with the host. Now till 20, I want to end the live stream. 1 to 20, I want to end the live stream. Yeah, connect with the host. 1. Follow me now. I want to end the live stream.
Okay, this is just me. I went over to his page to go and have a look at some of the things that he's selling. Right, your husband must obey. Your wife must obey. Love spell. This is a love spell, guys. Husband and wife. So so there are 2 parts to this spell. There's the one part must be the husband spell, well, the husband, and one is the wife. So they merge the 2 together, right, and wrap it up in this thing. That is the spell. That's what you're paying for, right? This is African spirituality, guys. Yes.
Afro, I want to ask you one question, please. Tell me.
Thank you. I didn't even know I had 2K subs. I didn't even know I hit 2K. Oh, sugar.
It looks more like voodoo, this, Esther.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, darling, you were saying?
I want to ask, this spell is for wife and husband. Why now? These people, they don't marry now.
No.
They are married already. So why spell?
Who's married? Who's married already?
No, I'm saying he is doing a wife, a spell for the wife, and the spell for the husband, right?
Mm-hmm.
If a person, it's more like a person who is ordering a spell for his wife from him, right?
So that his wife doesn't fall out of love with him.
Yeah. I get it.
So, like, if you're having problems with your husband, and you see your husband starts to be, randy, he's looking out there, and other women, you go here and go and get you a love spell. They combine you and your man together, and his love comes back to you.
Just like that.
Look, just pay some money, and you see it happen.
I break my back every day. I can never just give money.
Thank you, everyone. I didn't even know I'd hit 2K. Thank you so much. Oh wow.
Wow, I'm seeing it now.
Thank you. Okay, let's see this love spell. Oh, so guys, and this isn't free. All these things you're seeing, they're not free.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know that it's fake.
And 101% guarantee.
Scammers everywhere.
Are you a Yahoo boy?
Guys. Okay, right.
Yeah, just drug your wife.
Guys, the Nigerian prince scam?
Yeah.
Nigerian prince, the scammers that use the computer to send you invites to Nigerian prince money. Well, over there they call them Yahoo boys.
Okay, that's
So
where it comes from.
this here is, are you a Yahoo boy? It said tire your clients means, well, whatever this is the spell, or this is the thing he sells to Yahoo boys to get them more victims for their scams. And it is oh yeah, so this is another one. This is the protection spell. So this one is a protection spell, right? To protect you from the evil spirits.
Niger boy is a bit here. A very.
They're making their money, right? They're giving it to the white people.
I am telling you.
I was looking for something very specific here. Everything just like the rails fell off.
When it works, oh, that's stuff.
Huh?
I bet it works. I bet he's never been possessed by an evil spirit.
Aha, guys. Sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I
Sorry.
said, I'm betting he's never been possessed by an evil spirit, which proves it works.
No.
It's like me. Before I fly, I always lick the outside of the aeroplane, and I've never been in a plane crash.
So is it because you licked? Is it because you licked the outside of the plane?
Because I've licked the outside of the plane.
Yeah.
I've never been a
Wait, hang on. What part of the plane do you lick?
any part I can get my tongue on. Something that's outside the plane.
Oh my goodness.
You lick
Come to TurboTax and don't do your taxes. Meet with one of our experts who will do
Hey, Vinny, where'd you get that shirt?
Hey, stick about. What do you think I got?
I don't know.
Okay.
and how they get to be so dumb. Red on purple mountain range, feet over waves of brains, to lesser human beings, zero feelings. Human nature, man's destiny, landed on the mediocrity. Fear of God, the fear of change, the fear of truth. And the bill of rights subtract the wrongs. Therefore, as I memorize and sing Star-Spangled songs. Where's the question? Aren't ever asked. Is anybody learning from the past? We're living in united stagnation. Father, what have I done? I took that 22, a gift to me from you, to bed with me each night, kept it clean, polished and well, cherished every cartridge, every shell. Down by the creek, under brush, under dirt, there's a car, kiss of my second kill. Down by the park, under stone, under pine, there's a car, kiss of my brother William. Brother, where have you gone to, I swear? I never thought I could. I've seen so many times. They told me to shoot straight. Don't pull the trigger, squeeze. That will ensure a kill. A kill is what you want. A kill is why we breed. The Christians love their guns. The church and NRA pray for their salvations. Pray on the lower face. The storybook's been read, and every line believed. Curriculum been set, logic is a threat. Reason search that sees. Jerry spent some time in this shed. 20-year vacation after rolling at a dime. The targets look a lot more in Detroit. Done in California, a $20 fine. Jerry only stayed a couple months. It's hard to enjoy yourself while bleeding out the ass. Asphyxiation is simple and fast. It's been 17 fun years of being someone's bitch. Don't think. Drink your wine. Watch the fire burn. His problems, not mine. Just beat at my own citizen. I had a shilling for every senseless killing. I'd buy a government, America's for sale, and you can get a good deal on it, and make a healthy profit.
Or maybe tear it apart. Start with assumption that 1 million people are smart, smarter than one.
Come to TurboTax and don't do your taxes. Meet with an expert who will do them for you, so you can do not taxes. Intuit TurboTax, 100% expert guaranteed.
It doesn't take much. Helping the ASPCA give an animal in need the care, safety, meals, and love they deserve doesn't take much. And helping right now is as simple as donating, because you can't control the trauma they've endured, but you can give them a chance to heal. You can't control those weeks of starvation, but you can give them full bowls and bellies. You can't control their cruel past, but you can give them a brighter future. You can't control the abuse they've suffered, but you can help them find a loving home. When you become an ASPCA guardian, you can help us rescue, treat, and relocate animals who need it most. You also support our rehabilitation programs, which give fearful animals the chance to thrive. We team up with law enforcement, prosecutors, and rescue groups from across the country to bring the abusers of mistreated animals to justice, advocate for animals in need, and lobby for better animal protection. Just 63 cents a day can make their world a safer place. No, you can't control their yesterday, but you can give them a brighter tomorrow.
Sarah let the process gone. She left her answering machine on. The greeting left spoken sincere. Messages no one will ever hear. 10,000 messages a day. 1 million more transmissions play. Victims of the laissez-faire. 10,000 voices, 100 guns, 100 decibels turns to one bullet, one empty head. Now it's serotonin con. The man who used to speak performs a cute routine. Feel a little patronized. Don't feel bad if I went inside your head and you feel a bit misled. It's not that they don't care, yeah. The television put a thought inside your head, like a fairy man alone. Jingle like light, teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. A symphonic blank stare, yeah. It doesn't make you care. Not designed to make you care. They're betting you won't care. Place a wager on your freedom, wager on your pride. Why try to beat them when a million others tried? We are the horn. Intellectually speed. We are the queer. Dysfunctionally raised. One more pill to kill the pain. One more pill to kill the pain. One more pill to kill the pain. Living through conformity. One more prayer to keep me safe. One more prayer to keep us warm. One more prayer to keep us safe. It's gonna be a Lost the battle, lost the war, lost the things worth living for, lost the will to win the One more pill to kill the pain. Na 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 na. 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 The going get tough and tough get dead. Don't pay attention, pay the rent. Next of kin, pay for your sins. A little faith should keep us safe. The human existence is failing. The best essential. The future routine of the astronomically against us. Only moral and genius will fight a losing battle against the superego. Giving in is so damn comforting. And so we go on with our lives. We know the truth, but prefer lies. Lies are simple, simple is bliss. Why go against tradition when we can? Admit defeat, live in decline. Be the victim of our own design. The status quo, we don't suspect. Why would anyone stick out their neck? Fellow members, club, we've got ours. I'd like to introduce you to our host. He's got his, and I've got mine. Meet the decline.
You've been listening to The Decline by NoFX on the Stupid Monkey Philosophy channel, an associate affiliate of Trusty Ape Co. Incorporated and Trusty Ape Co. Productions. Unaffiliated with some other networks, but not most other networks, or all other networks on YouTube. Truth? What is truth? Where, why, when, how? What constitutes the truth? Can we, in fact, handle the truth? I don't know. You tell me.
Doors are opening. 就嚟再轉啦，呢個檢後再轉檢我哋頭先係咪？係咯，咪就檢到乜嘢街咯。其實呢度咪嘅小嗰度咯，你想知道啊？頭先嗰個雪峰山分峰山嗰個嘅樹木，本來就好phong cây à.
Doors are opening.
Yes, it is. Pretty much gonna have to stop at all the stop signs.
hold on. Doors are opening. Please hold on. Doors are opening. Please hold. Doors are opening. Doors are opening. Please hold on. It's the same thing. That's what I said. She might not answer. Try to be shattered. Oh my god. Are you free today? Do you want to come with us to Japantown? Yes, babe. We're on the bus right now. Are you sleeping? Oh, sorry. Let's wait a second. Yeah, wait, we're gonna. You want to meet at Balboa Park Station? No, that's so out of. No, why not? It's so out of record. Oh, yeah, you're so right. Okay, wait, Bree, what's your address? Oh, no, just hold on. Just follow, what's it called? I don't Solo? No, just put the orphan page. Doors are opening.
Try to do it.
Where's your sister? So you can leave the house and get what if we pick you up? Yeah, we can pick you up. I think that day, well, we didn't know. It's very spontaneous. Doors are opening. It's an impulsive decision. Hold on. Listen. We're basically right now. Not really. Mario, you should come with us earlier. This was Mario's plan. How is it? She said, I'm going to go to Jake's house. Well, because I want to get out of the house. I was the only one there. I missed my dog, so I left the house. Well, my dad has to go to work, and my mom also has to go to work. So. I don't know what my dad is. I know my mom's got paperwork and she brought our dog there. So that's fine. I miss my dog. I miss my dog. You understand it? So you have to do that. So, Brianna, how was your day? Again. It really is. That's why I don't know what's going on. When it comes, sneak out. I mean, I left my house and no one was at home. The same. How is it? What? How is it? Okay, we could pick you up and then we could drag you along with us. I know the building. I know the building too. Doors are open. Hold on. Yeah, see? So I know. Huh? Yeah, you told. Yeah, Kai told me your address. How she gets to know? I don't know your actual build. Like your. Yeah, I'm sure if I look far enough into my phone, I can find it. What do you mean? Yeah, alright, we'll find it right now. I think it was a DM from Kai. Let's go to. Yes, I'm hunting down your address right now. We really did not text them. Oh, yeah, you're. Well, like, I don't know what you want. Okay, maybe. Wait, no, that didn't work. Oh, you're here. Yes, San Jose and Geneva. Where is this? Oh, no. What are you. Okay. Okay. Oh, is this our stop? Oh, my God. We almost missed the stop. Oh, we did miss the stop. Wait, no. Oh, I almost missed that. This is the bus I almost got hit by. Yeah, when I went to Berkeley, I almost got hit by this bus. Yeah, not this specific bus, but this line.